Yeah, alright. I think it's time to get started. Oh, rip a yawn before I go, but sweet. I'll switch over. Okay. Very good, very good. So I guess just a little recap on what I did yesterday. I believe I did the staff panel. So I set up all the functionality for how this works. And I've set it up that it saves with all of my save data. Sorry. So yeah, I've still got a few UI panels that I probably need to work on. Reviews panel, but it's a very involved panel. Cafe management and objectives, but I think objectives realistically, all the hooks for those are going to be when I create stats manager, and I think that's going to be later on in development. I don't need that now. The cafe management, still kind of stat-based things. It's just like that's more progression sort of things. I guess the cafe decoration is meant to be coming into like the reviews. So it kind of touches on that, but we can kind of probably leave that blank. So if I now the other day actually I thought I had left something out of this. So food review, price, time, cleanliness, and decoration. Was there a review? So, like I was saying yesterday, it's like I kind of always switched on when I'm not at work. But there was something about, I should have written it down, but there was something about reviews that I thought I might have needed to fix. Food review, price, time, cleanliness, decoration. No, I think that is everything. There's something that pops up whenever I go to implement that, and I guess I'll have to deal with it then. It's going to be annoying, but... So yeah, because of that, I decided today I would start tackling... I haven't opened up Perforce today. I'd start tackling kind of the day-to-day flow. Let's revert this. Don't know what it's going to default it to. Nothing, apparently. Maybe it's because it was still checked out. If we save it, rechecks itself back out, revert. Nothing changed. Yeah, so I want to do the daily flow today. So what does the daily flow entail? We can rip a notepad for this. There you go. This is bugs from yesterday. So daily flow. Quite a few things need to happen in here, but let's say the first. Okay, let's set up the timer. So timer, which is the thing in the bottom right. And then as like a... Actually, let's do timer. I'm all about formatting, I guess. Timer. So the timer itself. Now, there's something in the prototype that I needed to rectify. It was all very hard-coded sort of stuff, but I might even have to go to the prototype today. I might even open it up now just to rip some code from that and edit it. So timer, we need to keep track. Oh, this is actually going to have a saving functionality to it as well. At the end of each day, we need to save. Anyway, but keep track of day, month, year. The speed buttons. I want to add some custom functionality. So in the prototype, I think it went from I don't have it written down anymore, but I'm pretty sure it went from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Timer will go into red if a customer is waiting past 3 p.m. at a table. Any customers in the queue will leave at 3 p.m. Don't know how logical that's going to be. Like, I think I can temper it in a way that it's never going to happen, but we'll see. Go back to this guy just so I can see what we're doing. Okay, so go end of day sync time, or let's go sync date with the save. I think that's it for the timer. So I'm going to map out all of the work that I'm going to be doing today. Let's boost that music a little bit. Maybe there. Alright. So after that's done, we can probably do, because this has functionality for that, is like, we should probably do the NPC spawner. I already know that this is going to have temporary functionality on it because we don't have cafe rating set up, so maybe I should be doing cafe rating today. I think I can get away with not doing it yet. Okay, so we're going to go like periodically periodically spawn NPCs throughout the day. I think I actually have set up them going to... I don't think I've set up the queue, but I think all the states for getting that to work should work. Spawn NPCs throughout the day. Let's just say, like, let's create... No, don't even need to. That's all the NPC spawner does, right? Yeah, I mean, NPC spawner, I think, is actually that... It is that simple. Staff spawner. Spawn staff based on... rostered on list. Plus player. End of day cleanup. This will also have an end of day cleanup. Alright. I think that's what we were tackling for now. Yeah. So, if we're getting started with that, we're probably going to need a time manager. I can have a time manager, or I can have a game manager that handles it. Nah, let's have times really split it up. Probably are going to have to do performance checks at a later date. Okay, so this is going to go in the manager script. script called time manager. Drop them on here. All right, so we can start how we always start any of our managers. We're going to have a public static time manager instance that has a get private set. We're going to have a wake method. It's double checking if the instance is not null. Destroy game object, return instance equals this. Okay, cool. Time manager now exists. So oh, yeah. So I think we're gonna have a callback script for these. So because of that, it means we can have public methods in here for these. So we're gonna go public void pause game. Yeah, just pause game. Sure. I think if you click escape, which I haven't set up yet actually, escape will also be a shortcut for pause, but and we also all we're doing here is timescale equals 0. We're gonna have public void normal speed time.timescale equals 1.0. Public void double speed f public void triple speed time.timescale equals 3.0f. Okay. For the sake of just making this like work straight away, we're gonna go onto the HUD time panel speed buttons. Okay, they do have tints. That's good. Okay, so create a new script called a new folder for the scripts called callbacks. Create new model behavior time button callback. Pause. Now, I technically do only want those buttons to work when the game's running. So for that, let's go into the time manager. In here, let's have a public bool. Timer started, maybe? Timer started. Honestly, it's probably called day started. Get private set. We'll control that from in here eventually, but okay. Alright, cool. That's all set up then. So we don't need to worry about the rest of that now. So we can come back to the time manager. Button callbacks can be at the bottom, so we can move up into here. Okay. Now this is probably where I want to go back to the prototype now. Look how many scripts we made in the prototype. Wow. We called it the timekeeper. Close him now because we don't ever want to watch you again. My normal speed was double because the prototype needed to be sped up so you could get through it quicker. But I can just fiddle with agent move times for that. That is fine. So technically speaking, this is it here. It's the timer. So I'm going to actually move him onto the main screen, and then we can have the other one here. So does it make the most sense for it to still be a coroutine? I think it probably does. So numerator, and we'll just call it, yeah, timer. I mean, we could actually probably copy a lot of stuff from this code. Rip probably all of that. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, look, we can rip the whole method, but it's going to come up with so many errors because we haven't implemented any of this stuff. Oh, wow, okay. And timer objects. Not sure why I was ever referencing the buttons. Timer objects. I think it's just that we need. Okay, that clears out most of the stuff that we're worried about. Cool. So let's come in here. While game manager, active NPCs. I mean, technically true. But we can comment all of this out for now. Huh. So fundamentally, it's like managers shouldn't have assignments in them. I don't think any of my managers do. Like that manager doesn't. Okay, the cafe manager. Yeah, but I think I've got them public at the moment just so I can set them. But I think they're meant to then go back to privated. But I probably will have all of the cafes that it can be in there. So maybe that's okay. Auto manager, that doesn't need to be public. Like hard to... I mean, the main scene never changes, so it's like maybe it's fine. Yeah, all right. Oh, actually, but that it can't be that color. Oh, okay. Okay, so time panel, date parent. It's time parent, time text. Let's just see what I assigned that variable at. Timekeeper 90. Okay, so we need this color. So we are going to... Don't really like that we're going to do this. So in here, I have a serialized field, private color, m underscore normal color, overtime color. So when we come into here, we can go while the timer is normal, we turn into m underscore normal color. We don't even have it set up to turn red yet, so we can look at that afterwards, but let's just set everything up first. You'll need to be max. Time parent, we can rip the color from this, copy. Time manager, normal color, paste. I don't know, red. Maybe slightly darker red, something like that. Cool. So that's everything to make that work. We're probably going to have to get a bit more detail because the way I was creating all of the time and stuff like that was sketchy, and how I set up the next day. So we're going to look into that. That's actually probably needs to be hidden into. So maybe timer is like end of day, sync date, set up, new day. So I mean, we can test now that the timer is going to be working. So let's just say on start, we can say start coroutine timer. You come across to here. We'll be able to see what breaks pretty quickly, but if we start, the timer's already broken to begin with. So let's key found. Okay, we're gonna have so many errors, but that's fine. Can't wait to clean that up eventually. I think that was actually getting caused because I'm not actually in a save file at the moment. Yeah. I feel like maybe one day this week we'll see how we go. Maybe even today if I get through this and I don't want to start on the review stuff as I just try and fix bugs. So the initial time wasn't getting started properly. And we can actually test what's going on there by looking at the prototype. And the reason for that is because we had this. Okay. Which I don't really want to do. I mean, I kind of need to, so that, like, at the start of the game, when it initializes all the data, this is what the time is going to be. So, I'll put it into this. We are definitely going to clean that up, so I'm going to chuck a to-do, initialize this properly. So this will fix the issue of that being 12 AM now, so this should start at 7 AM, so we'll just test that that's all working correctly. Yep, cool. We can speed it up. Normal speed it. I don't know if these buttons are actually working. They're definitely not working. That should be going way faster. Oh, it's because of the day started variable that I created. I haven't actually used that yet. That's fine. We can just watch this in... Wait. That guy was moving hella fast. But maybe he's just moving fast regardless. Anyway, see, we could stop at 3 PM, which is correct. So we know that timer functionality is working correctly. So moving back to the code. So, let's just get rid of this stuff for now. For argument, just for testing, let's also go to, actually exists in here, so we're fine. Just set that value to true for now. Oh wait, no, I don't need to do it like that. Hi. Just do it in here. They started equals true. So I mean, this game's going to be releasing next year. So it does make sense for it to be at 2025. And we just make it start in the middle of the start of the year. Yeah, I think that's the safest thing. I mean, yeah. I mean, it probably is weird that I'm actually using a date time thing where I probably could just create custom things to feed into it. So it's like, like I think in Stardew, every month is just defaulted to 28 days, right? Where actually, yeah, the way I've got this set up is like, this is just going to be custom, no? I mean, the day is always going to go up. So I actually don't like the fact that I've got year one in it. When I was creating this UI, I wasn't a fan of it. And I guess I'm kind of copying. You open up Stardew Valley UI. We can just rip one of these, right? Is like, it only has like the day, I guess what day of the month it is on your main screen, right? And it's not until you get to like it's the save file itself that then holds the year for memory, or like maybe it's like, yeah, not in English, really helpful. Not even that has it. Yeah, so what I'm thinking I'll do actually is maybe I do scrap the year. We can keep the year in the save file, and that goes into the save slot. You can see it. But yeah, okay, let's do that then. I mean, I can just double check that that's in the save file, right? If I go, save file UI. I mean, it's technically that. Damn, this dude has some crazy mods. Here, like this, right? Day 2 of spring. So I think we'll close this now. If we go to my where did I even save it? Main menu, I think. Surely we created a pre. No, actually, I don't think we did create a prefab for it. Scenes. Hello, 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 hello. Come across to here. Because I've got this, right? Yes, okay. I think I'm decided I'll use custom data. I won't use the proper date time thing. So that's fine. Didn't mean to minimize that. Bring you back, please. So, if that's the case, come across to this guy. So, time variables, let's create a new thing down here and just say date variables. These don't need to be public at all, so we can just keep them as a commented title. So we're going to have a private. I mean, I'm saving them as an array. I'm fairly certain. If we go, we don't have any of the data up here straight away. I think it's in save data. Hello, save system. Okay, can't see it. Game data, it's called actually. G, game data. Here we go. So the date is saved as an int. It's going to be size 3, so it's always going to go day. Huh. Day, week, year. Now that I think about it, is it weird to have not the month? Because I could go day... Yeah, but that's going to go up to like day 30 or day 28 if we're doing it like that, right? We're using custom data anyway, so I'm thinking I'm going to go like day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it clicks over to week 2. Which means there will be the correct amount in a year, because it's just going to go up to 52 then. And then it clicks over the year, which we aren't going to have any anymore, which I'm just going to get rid of right now, because I'm sick of looking at it. HUD, time panel, date parent, year text, gone. Goodbye. Alright, so if we come back to the time manager, private, and I need to decide, do I want to save them separately or do I just always want to store it in an array? And I'm thinking we always store it in an array. Private int m_ date. So I'm thinking we don't initialize it here, but when we initialize the time manager, it pulls, and that's going to where it's going to initialize the date, which we could probably do straight away. This is probably the earliest I've gone to set up the save data, but it's probably fine. So here we're just going to go so loading save data. So we're going to have an int array date get date. Okay, I can look at staff list when I did this yesterday. So when I was loading the data, int staff equals, so we're just pulling it straight away. I guess that's all we need to do then. So date, so we just have the date, that's fine. I mean, is that it? Right? Like, we just have the date now. It's gonna be like, because we're dealing with like with just the most simple data. Oh, no, okay, I think I can see what's happening. So I've got a local variable of date. But I think we just make it M date, right? We just go M underscore date equals data. So what do we do here? So we created staff status. Oh, I guess then we're filling in data sources, so... Which, I mean, I should be using, because I'm pretty sure I'm meant to be using data sources for any variable that I need to be accessing. I shouldn't ever be doing what I'm about to try and do on this part of just like having the date and accessing the date directly. So it means we are going to create a time data source. So we come into here, go our data sources, create. Doesn't actually need to be mono behavior, but go time data source. Public static honestly, this is where I think I separate them out. So I go public static int day. And what are we doing? And week. Yeah. Okay, this instantly just like scraps the need for what I was about to do here, right? Because now we're filling it into a data source. So you can say, yeah, int array date equals this. For int I, no, we don't need to do that because you know what all of the variables are. So we're going to do time data source dot day equals date 0, time data source dot week, time data source dot year equals that. So here we are going to go int date equals new int size 3, date 0 equals love it when it actually works straight away. Let me go date. Cool. That's how the save data works for the time. So we are going to have an event on this. Let's have it above this. So we're going to go public event. Wait, no, you have to do this. So you have to go public delegate void time updated. day, int, week, int, year. Don't actually need the int year, but we'll just keep it in the method anyway. So now we have a public event, time updated on time updated. So realistically, we should have a an end day, private void end day. And this is where we're going to want to do plus plus, but then have if time day is greater than 7. Equals 1. And then we want to increment, oh, we're going to have a nested thing. Because then we're instantly then going to go time, data source. Wait, I am fried. I am fried. You don't need to do this because it's just accessible in the data source regardless. Dot week plus plus. And then we're going to say, okay, but then if the week is greater than 52, time data source dot week equals 1, time data source dot year plus plus. Cool. And then this is when we can do on time updated, invoke. So then means when we come down here, this is when we're probably going to call end day. And we're probably going to now go, this probably will be a callback script. Date, callback. Alright, so I'm wanting to make this so I can put this on both the day and the week, so we can say, let's just have a public enum called type day week serialized field private type case no switch type case day break case week break also have a serialized field private tmp underscore text equals m underscore text value. Let's just call it text. I don't need to call it text value. So we go m underscore text dot text equals time data source dot day dot toString week dot toString. And we can actually, what we should do as well in the time manager is when we load data in here, is we should also call on time updated question mark dot invoke so to test that this is all going to be working now, so when we load data, after all of this happens is actually also when we want to save data, because we want it to save at the end of each day. There's a lot of things actually we need to do at the end of each day, but we'll get to that when we need to. I mean, realistically, it's just moving. I think I've got all of those instance things saved, so I think we would have an event that's like end of day, and then when end day gets called is when we save everything, because at the moment, if we go to game data, right, we have, come on, where is it? On destroy here. So we're saving all of the data here. But we probably only want to save some data at whenever you close the game. Realistically, I think for games like this, like you don't want to save any data at the middle of your day, right? Like it's any of these games, it's always start of day. If you don't complete the day, you always get reverted back to the start of the day. So it's just going to be moving these. So I'm going to actually chuck a to-do in here. Move these save functions to be end of day. Alright. So in here, we also need to do here and go m underscore date equals new int array 3. Get rid of this out of the fake data now. The reason for that is we're setting up the new data here. m_date. Zero equals 1. Date equals 1. Woo. Let's do all that. So that's now initializing that data correctly. Right. So we need to add those callbacks into these guys. Oh wow. Okay. So already did something not great. Day. So this is something that literally would have been set up like this just because I was used to prototyping. Is if we ever want to localize the game, is well, I mean, I know how I could get the localized system to work with, but trying to keep this as simple as possible is this guy should now be a day parent. Alright, and we're going to have day text, day amount. You are going to be removed. You are now going to be a horizontal layout group. You're just going to be saying day, and you're going to be saying 1. This guy's also going to need... That actually just works. Maybe we can get away with that middle center. Cool. Okay. Then this guy is going to have the new callback that we just created. You are day. Probably could actually get component on that, but that's fine. And week amount. You are week. All right. So what we should do is rip this from the main menu. Oh, all right. Time's wrong. It's a good start. Timescale seems to be working if I pause it. Yep. Slow. Yep. I mean, it's going to go all the way till 3, right? I guess we just wait. Alright, there you go. It finished 8 AM, but you see that ticked over to day 2. So the way... And that would have ended day and saved. So now if we... I mean, we should go and rip everything. So realistically now, so I did have it set up that it was getting random things, but now it should say day 2, week 1, year 1. Cool, that's correct. And if we load, that's not getting set correctly. I wonder what's going to happen here. So I'll let it fast forward to the end of the day. What I'm expecting is going to happen, if it's all working properly, is that should turn into day 3. There we go, it did. So that means if we close this again, day 3, but you're still on day 1. Okay, so it's not initializing properly. Coffee's done, locked in, let's go. So why would that not be initializing properly? Date callback on start. Okay, so the reason that's happening is we're calling for it to listen to the event, and I'm guessing that the event is already firing before we're getting in here. So the way to fix that is one of two ways. Is either we call this from awake, which I don't like doing because I hate race condition sort of stuff, is like, so the easier fix to this is literally just to do this. Handle time update is call it once when it starts anyway. Worst case scenario, it calls twice, sets it to the same value twice. It's a big who cares. So if we come into here now, we've got day 3, and we come into here, we're day 3. Alright, so let's fix the issue now of the fact that it's not starting at 7 a.m. And that's because we're not doing calling setup day anywhere. So I think we should actually do that in here, is just set up. Oh, I mean, do we need to do it like that? Setup day. No, I think setup day actually gets called, I think it is going to get called in here, but it's going to also then get called whenever we're setting up the day. So at the end of the day, actually, I mean, is it just called straight away at the end of the day? I mean, there's going to be the summary panel at the end of each day where you're then going to get your reviews. Oh man, there's so many ways I could actually streamline this that you're not bombarded with the pop-ups, but then you can choose to read. That's a good idea, actually. So you're not going to get bombarded with that. So it means as soon as the day ends... Yeah, okay. So setup day can get called on start just because we need it to, but then it's going to get called at end day. Like that, I think. So we can rip this again. This wouldn't have saved, so this should still be a day 3. Yep, cool. Bang. So it should switch to day 4 at the end of this day, so when it hits 3 p.m, and then it'll also reset itself back to 7 a.m. Very good. Always is still working, right? Okay, we are going to need to set up things eventually that if you click on any of these things, it turns everything else off except for that one. you should also be able to close it by double clicking it on it again. I didn't. Oh, okay. So something broke there. Wow, a lot of things broke there actually. We'll have to figure out what went wrong there. Because this stat panel is meant to be done, there shouldn't be any bugs with it, so we'll quickly confirm that the week is going to turn over correctly. I wonder if it's just because if you don't open the panel, it doesn't initialize properly. That's what my guess is. Okay, day ended, didn't notice. Just asleep. Day 5. Okay, that's day 6. Day 6. Okay, so day 7. One more. So at the end of this day, it should switch back to day 1, and it should change over to week 2. Very good. And double check that it works on the save file. Day 1, week 2. And just to confirm that it's not going to try then increment itself to a higher number, it should go to day 2, week 2, obviously. Yep, cool. And then see that it's working on the save file. Cool. Alright, so that's that done. Oh my god. Okay, so done. 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 Not done. Not done. Let's put it all in caps. Done. I mean, actually, let's just remove it, right? Just so we can see what's left. Set up new day. Done. Done. Don't need to save it. So, 2 things left, but I actually want to now go onto a bug section. Staff panel. So it's gonna be like payroll staff. Bugged. Question mark, question mark. So we can click play on this because it's gonna be bugged straight away. So the problem is, yeah, so for some reason happiness has vanished, their wage has vanished. But what if I fire them come back and hire them again. The data's correct. So put the thing to 35 roster on. My suspicion is if you save without ever opening this panel, is what I think it is. So we can test that really easily. If I just go close this. I like the fact that I've got a running save file now with this guy. That is that it should always work. Let's just pause you. So if we open it up, we can see that's all the correct variables. Close it. And we should just double check again. Open it. All the correct variables. So I think the problem is if I do this, don't open it, close it, reopen it, then come back to it. It's still working. Okay. So let's clear our save. Start a new one. Go ahead and buy everything we need. These shouldn't have all been defaulted at 2, right? Am I high? Did the save file not clear? It didn't. Huh. We are running into more bugs. That's not good. Oh boy, what has happened? Saved data. Save data, saved successfully. Very concerned with something that's happening here. So we're going to come to our save system. And when we're resetting a save slot, debug.log save slot cleared. That's cleared. So if it's cleared, there should be 0 data. Percent. I have a suspicion local low flow state is I think it's this save file. I think this is the thing that's breaking it. Because look, there is no save file, right? So when I start the game, it's not possible to read from any data. So it's created a save slot now. I hate that. I hate it when it just like clears properly. Like you've just tested that it's broken. And then you tested that it's broken again. And then you test it for the 3rd time and then it just starts working. So let's set it all up. We're still trying to find that staff bug. Order those mills. Add them. Staff. Georgia, hire. I will roster her on here. Close it again. Open it. So maybe it was the fact that she was rostered off, potentially. Okay, so we've definitely got a problem with selected recipes, so chuck that in our bugs. Selected recipes count going is increasing each load. The stock's not increasing, so it's just this. I think I might know what's happening there. But for argument's sake, we're going to rip an end of day. And let's just like close open a few times. Really kill it. This is still correct. We know the recipes is going to be bugged as hell. Alright. So now we're going to delete that save file. I've got it on my second monitor so I can see that it is going to get deleted. Yep. Definitely got deleted. Create a new save. Here we go. So something real buggy is happening here. It isn't possible for this to happen. That, like, the data to collect any of this is not on the computer. And she's still rostered on as well? Like... Okay, so... My suspicion is still that it's this guy, so I'm going to delete him now. Can't actually delete that save file through the game. So now... I mean, let me just double check the client save. This definitely doesn't have any data we want yet. It's just got volume. That's it. So it can't be that. There's zero save data to like access here. So if we load this guy up, how? There's zero data to read from for that. Huh. I actually think I might know what causes it. This could just be like blatant lack of me understanding what a variable should be. I'll Google it. I'll do it off screen just in case. Wait. I wonder. So let me rip a new save again. Still broken. That variable I changed yesterday when that dude came in here. He did mention something about static variables potentially breaking with this. And I am using a lot of static variables. That's how my data sources work. That's what's caused it. Yeah, alright. We can now test that. And I have a feeling that's the reason why that variable was stacking up as well. And I think that's actually the bug fix for everything. Is literally that command that we were using. This time around, I'm not going to roster on, just see what happens. Just I am still trying to see that other bug, but I have a feeling this fixes everything. Which means I could have a problem with splitting between save files. It's working. There you go. Dead. Okay, so if we don't... Wow, it's really bugged. I'm pretty sure if that button disappears, it means they're sick. But yeah, this whole thing doesn't get initialized properly. So we do have a problem. I think we can fire her and rehire her and it work. So the problem is this data's not getting saved if we don't roster them on. What if we roster them on, roster them off, save file it? Dead. And just double check the recipes. Okay, so it was that domain thing, so the person was right. I don't want to, like, compile. I mean, kind of do want to compile my scripts every time I run, right? Because that is the purpose of what I'm doing, is, like, I want to reload all that. It's not a big deal for now. It's just, yeah, leave it as is. Okay, so they tank if they're not rostered on. What if I roster them on with all of these bad values? I mean, they stay rostered, but I can't roster them off. Okay, so let's go through this logically, so we can actually come back on here, get rid of that bug, but we still do have this guy. So if we come to the code, that's going to get done on the staff panel. So it's when something's happening to our save file when we're not when we're hiring them. So we are adding them to payroll data, and the status is here. But potentially this data's resetting itself if we don't roster them on. So we'll find where we're rostering them on here. So we're not running this, but aren't we already running this? I'm just gonna screenshot this. It's going to remain over here just so I can see it, but then I'm going to be on this monitor. Actually, I can compare them side by side, right? Is so if we're hiring them, we're creating a new status, which is the same as this. The happiness, we're defaulting to 100. Fatigue is defaulting to what it should be. Wage is expected wage. Is sick. Is rostered. And then we're adding it to the payroll data. So I mean, like, we're gonna debug it. So that's what we're gonna do. So best way to do this is probably going to be when we save data. I mean, there's actually a lot of different things we probably want to do. Where is? Oh. It's actually the staff list that has all the saved data, doesn't it? Okay. So let's rip a breakpoint in here. We'll clear our save file. New. Okay, now we'll start debugging. Come back to you. So staff. Hire you. But this time, yeah, we're going to roster them on. I just want to see what's different in the save file. So we come back in here. So now we're going to have old breakpoints littered everywhere. Here we go. This is staff list. Yep. So when we're saving, so all of this hasn't been set. Oh. Staff data. Okay, I think I already know what's probably happening. Was that in my screenshot that I just didn't pick up on it? I did. Watch this. Hit the staff panel. So we were comparing hire and roster on. Oh no. No, I think I'm still confused. We're still only using that payroll data. But we need to be saving that data to that staff data. Like that is what the problem is. But how is it working if we roster them on? I'm so cooked. Well, look, we'll go back to debugging because there's clearly, like, I know what the problem is, but I'd probably want to find what the legit cause of it is. So if we debug hiring Georgia, let's do it properly. We're going to roster them on. Something's got to be going on with that. Close. Alright, now we're debugging. But we've rostered them on this time, right? So, like... They don't have no variables here. Did any of them get set? Nope. 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 Okay, so I'm... What's this? So it's payroll data is where we know we've got it, right? Value. Yeah, so that's where we can see all their values in here. Is rostered is true. Yeah, right. I mean, so this is actually what we care about. So let's continue to here. So, now we can just rip all this, right? Come down to here. Bang, yep, cool. Staff payroll is an integer of 1 with 3. Because that's the staff ID. Am I cooked? Because when they're rostered on, it works. What the fuck is 02? Is sick. Quite confused that... I think the thing that I'm most confused about here is this should be broken, and it is. Well, anyway, I think I know what the fix is. I'm gonna not bother debugging it. They should both be broken, right? But for some reason, it's sometimes not broken, but... Syncing the save data. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. So, the fix to this is actually going to be in the staff panel. So, it is going to be when they hire them. Here is also staff data source dot staff data. Well, I mean, they already exist in here. I think when they load. I think. So I think we can do this, and we can go am underscore current recruitment config equals status. I think this is what we need. And then it's the same thing when we roster them on and off. I think this is the fix for everything. Whether it's going to be the case, anyone's guess? No, I'm 95% confident. Close him. Go on here. Recruit you. Hire. We're going to leave you as is. Close you. End game. Come back. Staff. There you go. It's working. Wait. They got a rostered tick. They shouldn't have a rostered tick. And this... Okay. No. Okay. We still got bugs. But once again, I'm going to test what the difference is. Rostered false. Sick is false. Sick days equals 0. So if I hire... Leave the wage as is, maybe. Maybe that's could be a problem, is if we don't touch the wage. But let's roster them on now. Hella broken. Wage is correct, but this button is breaking. They're not rostered. Okay, so something crazy's happening. I wonder if the reason it was working before was because we were using static variables and they weren't getting reset. So yesterday when I thought I'd done everything was working, it actually wasn't working because we were using that domain reload thing. So yeah, just reload the scene every time. It's just... Okay, so fuck. That really pisses me off, actually. Yeah. I mean, it should have clicked. It should have clicked to me yesterday when he literally said, like, I have the chat logs here. Like, let's have a look. Yeah. The only time you would need it is for static variables and if you're doing online stuff. He literally said, if you you need to reload your scripts if you have static variables. I've got so many static variables. So, yeah. Fuck. Okay, so we just have tons of shit not saving then. That's not good. So, we're going to need to debug, yeah, the save data again. Don't think we care about load data for now, so let's only worry about save data. We're hiring Georgia. And we're not rostering them on, okay? They're going to stay as... Let's change their wage to 35, so at least we can see that that variable is going to change from default. Bang. Alright. Now, staff data does exist now, right? We've saved that for Georgia now. So we've got fatigue 0, happiness 100, rostered false, is sick false, sick days equals 0, and wage. Okay, so when we update the wage, we need to update it on there as well. I'm just gonna do all this stuff like straight away when I notice the first bug rather than push through. Not a great way to debug. You should always push through and get to like the root of the problem, then come back. But fire, recruitment, roster on, increase wage. This is pissing me off. Staff data. I mean, it, like realistically, it's like I am duplicating this data. Nah, fucking whatever, man. So basically, every time we do an action, we need to be updating that fucking data source, right? Like, back to debugging. Because I think it's like that staff data thing yesterday. I don't know how we got any of this shit to work yesterday. I mean, yeah, all the static variables weren't resetting properly or whatever, but like, it's a tilter. It is a tilter. But yeah, that staff, the new staff data thing that we created yesterday that just stores information on every employee is like, we weren't updating that. And that's the thing that stores all the information we need for a lot of this data. So we're gonna hire Georgia again, set her wage to 35. We're not going to roster her on. We're gonna close, we're gonna go debug. So Georgia, okay, her wage still not getting set correctly. But what about in payroll data? Zero 100, false false, 035. 0 100, false false, 0 30. So yeah. The wage for some reason is not getting set correctly. Pretty fucking annoying, if I'm being honest. So we're gonna go peek at what the reason for that is. Fuck me. Okay, so technically speaking, we can. Oh, you fucking idiot! God, I really should have called these things all separate variables, man, because that's what the problem is. It's the fact that we're not referring to the payroll thing here, and it's going to be the same here. They just look the same variable, man. Like, can it drop frames when that happens? No, it's just a PC stutter. Okay. Okay, so I think that fixes it. God, I hate that that's like what the problem was for at least one of them. Because yeah, we're only updating the payroll, dude. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I mean, oh yeah, because the recruitment is going to be defaulting to something else. What the fuck? Sorry. Okay, something weird happening there. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what would have happened to stream while that overlay was on. So deleting this. Getting spam. I need to delete WhatsApp. This is like getting spammed or random shit on there. Tilter. Okay, so we're hiring Georgia. We're going to set her wage to 35 now. Close it. We are debugging, correct? Close. Swear to God. Okay, cool. Correct data. They're not rostered, so like... We can close this, load. I wonder if the... Okay, yeah, so there's still wages correct, happiness correct, fatigue correct, but they weren't rostered. So let's now test rostering them on. So there's definitely an issue if they're not rostered. Georgia, higher. Let's move it to 40. Roster on now. Close. The irony, it rosters them off and everything's broken. Okay, so now it's going to be a load data issue. So let's rip a load. Do it with fresh save data first. Close you. We can start debugging now. 37, weird number. We're not going to roster them on. Close, save. Yeah, annoying. Let's do it on one of these. Bang. But now we're going to load the data. Here we go. Bang. Oh, you dickhead. Okay, cool. Go one more. So 0 is the player in the staff list, and then it goes Peter, Georgia, Tommy. I think I said the last guy. So Tommy's 3. Okay, so happiness. Okay, I'm going to screenshot this just so I can view all the data. If we come back onto staff status, okay, so 0 is happiness. Happiness equals 100. Fatigue equals 0. Is sick. Is somehow getting set to 1. Problem. 3 sick days. 0. 2, 4. Is rostered. 1. And the wage. Okay, so it's the 2 bool variables are getting set incorrectly. Which means I've done this operator wrong. That's literally all it's going to be, is switch this over to 1, 1, 0, 0. Should solve all of our issues, just like that. Really annoyed. Like, once again, I don't know I shouldn't keep harping on about it, but, like, very annoyed that I didn't pick on all this yesterday with that other thing. Like, yeah, I shouldn't re-import all assets. Maybe I can at least change it that it just recompiles the scripts. Okay, so we hire Georgia. Let's set our wage to 33. We're not going to roster her on. But I mean, at least we were able to test that the is sick functionality is working correctly. Okay. Wage is correct. Everything's correct. Roster on this time. Close. I hate that I'm doing this today. Rostered on, everything's correct. Cool. Fire. Let's just double check the fire panel. When we're firing them. So, an issue I think we're running into now, haven't tested to see if it's the case, is when you fire them, we're not resetting all of their variables. So I think what we should do here, like I'll test it. I'll test it. So I think the problem is, okay, so if we come in here and we go, yeah, so they're rostered on. Let's fire them. Right. Hire. Hiring does reset all of the variables. That's going to be working correctly. So I think the thing is, if you go roster on, fire, hire, maybe not, because every time you hire them, it resets their variables, and I'm making sure that I'm resetting them in both the data sources, so maybe it's fine. Yeah, it is. Okay, go me. Love it when I do things correctly. Which is actually not a good thing at the same time, because it means a bug's going to get caused that if they're sick, you could fire them, rehire them at a cost, and they're now no longer sick. Bit annoying, but not a big deal for now. That's just a bug we can fix at a later point, which I should be documenting somewhere, but I'm not going to. Okay, so that's all the bugs done. Oh my god. Can't really implement these parts of the timer because it requires customers to be implemented, which we haven't done yet. So I think we move on to these two guys now. So oh my gosh. Let's just do a single push here first. Reconcile offline. I'm having a small project, this works. Just gonna submit. This is gonna be like first implementation of the timer. Alright, so list managers. I'm gonna create a new guy called it's technically part of the game scene, so it can come in here. Reset its transform. So can't be instanced. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna set this out. So we're gonna come in here, scripts, create a new folder called spawners. In here, create a new mono behavior called NPC spawner. Sure. Then I think in this guy, this really shouldn't be public, I don't think. Problem for later once again. Idle location, leave location, okay. But we're gonna get public NPC spawner. M underscore NPC, that's an underscore. So rather than have an instance, which we normally do, is because there's going to be different cafe sizes, is the positions of things is going to be in different places. So each cafe has its own type of NPC spawner. And while we're in here, we could probably actually do staff spawner as well. Just create the script. Staff spawner. Let it reload the domain. So in here we can go public. M_staff spawner, very good. Which means there's not going to be a big spawners thing like that. It's going to be as part of the cafe. So here we probably can have a spawners. Underneath of it, have NPC spawner. Duplicate it. Call it a... Come on, let me rename it. Staff spawner. So this means, because we have reference to this, and the cafe manager always has reference to active cafe, is whenever we need to call things, we go active cafe spawner, do this sort of thing. Cool. So NPC spawner. I actually hate that it's over there, but we can make do with it. So what we're gonna do, maybe... So let's go here, we can go... Realistically, the leave location should be attached under the spawner. Yeah. Oh, no, because there could be two leave locations. Actually, the leave location doesn't even exist, because I'm pretty sure we just make them walk back to where their spawn location is. Spawn location 1. Alright, so we can have them like, I don't know. Yeah, why not out here? I don't know if that's out of frame though. Maybe here. Spawn location 2. Is going to be over here maybe. It's definitely off screen. Yep, cool. So I feel like I'm getting sick again. I fucking hope not. So we got the 2 locations. There's always going to be 2 locations, which is fine. So now if we open up the NPC spawner, come in here, we're going to have a serialized field, private list of, not list mapper, list of transforms called m_spawn locations. We need to reference systems generic. So that's how we've got those. So we're going to have a... it's going to be a public void. Spawn. Nope. No. I think it's actually not. I think it's going to be private. Private void spawn NPC. Var random value equals random dot range. Okay, then we're gonna go instantiate, which means we actually need a serialized field, private NPC, and_NPC prefab. references and stuff like that. Which we can do at a later date. I don't think it's important now. That's kind of a polished step. Sleeping. I honestly think like when they spawn, they just already are handling what they want. So I think we literally can just do instantiate the NPC prefab at spawn locations, random value, dot position. Wait, hello, NPC. No, what the fuck? I didn't click on that. I clicked on spawn location. Did I not? Dot position. Quaternion. Dot identity. Okay, so that spawns. Whoa, hello? Holy shit. That's probably not good. After all this time... I mean, it's not that it's not good. It's like... crazy that it didn't even have the core script that it probably needs to have. But anyway. NPC. I already have an NPC folder. I literally have the... Oh, I think I actually know what the problem is, yeah, they have it, but they never got added. Apply all. That's funny. That is funny. Cool. So now if we come back to prefabs, NPC can go on there. Cool. Yeah, I mean, so this is now where probably some temp values are probably going to come in. Music sounds like it could be a tad loud. Let's quieten it a little bit. Down there. So this is where we have a public void called start spawning, which is actually then just going to call a private enumerator called spawn sequence. So for now we can yield return null, just so it's happy with us. Start coroutine. We can probably test. Get rid of all those geeks. Test code. Just hit a... I mean, we're still gonna have a delay, I guess, so... Let's have, spawn NPC. Yield, return, new, wait for seconds. Let's just give it like a 4-second delay. Spawn NPC. Let's spawn like... yeah, 4 NPCs, sure. Right, so temp code, need to actually create the proper sequence for how we want to handle this. technically speaking, it's time manager that starts the day. So I guess we can rip one of these. Really don't like this actually, but to access this, we need to go through the cafe manager dot instance dot. Probably makes sense to have like a public void start day sort of doodad. And then here we can go m underscore active cafe dot spawner dot start spawning. So if we rip that, I can already see. I can already see a problem because we actually don't have any stock. So I can technically cheat this part, I think. Is if we come here and just pause straight away. It's probably a problem. 257. Tier 1 cafe. Never assign the variables. Very smart, Ethan. Very smart. Start spawner. Let's rip it again. Holy shit. Okay, pause. Ah. It's a classic. Run it back. So I want to quickly order stock. Oh my god. Close you. Okay, shop. 10 of those. 10 of those. Bang. Profit 2. Profit 2. Go back to playing. Four. I'm pretty sure we made 4 people come. So there's the third. Why would you walk like that? There's 4 people. God, I need to fix up that eventually. Honestly, it's probably close. It's probably going to be this week. I'm going to have to fine tune how they walk. Because, like, walking around like that seems so dumb. So yeah, like loops around, gets stuck on him, then gets there, leaves. But anyway, oh wow, okay, so holy shit, this is opening up some old scripts now. So I think it's actually this leaving state, NPC leave. Cafe manager leave location is actually incorrect now, so oh gosh. Oh, good yawn. So leave location now is actually not going to be this active cafe leave location. It's actually going to be active cafe. I'm going to probably fuck is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, we haven't done stuff yet, so it doesn't matter. So here we want to go so var random roll equals random dot range between 0 and m underscore active cafe dot npc spawner dot, and we don't actually have that accessible, I don't think. Which means we're going to make this public. I really don't want to make it public. Best viewers. Wow, wow, cool. And just like that, you got banned. See ya. I mean, we can just make a public list get spawn locations. That. So we can keep him private. Come back to where were we dealing with this? This was the cafe manager. Get spawn locations dot count. Return this is a transform random roll. Okay, so that's going to set the leave location correctly now. I mean, technically speaking, this still works. If I don't buy any stock, they're just going to leave straight away because there's nothing in stock. They're going to be pissed. So you can test that. Oh, okay, so timescale is not getting set correctly. Okay. Oh no, I've got save data now. Yeah, that checks out. So we can actually do this to make sure he's going to leave his things down here, roughly. Yep, cool. I mean, look, I got the base functionality of this working. There's still a little bit extra that needs to happen on top of it of, like, the correct logic, but I probably need to decide what I want that correct logic to be. This is probably a bit of a challenge. You can gain views with the help of this bot. Yeah, don't know if you like, are you legit? No, I'm not gonna use a view bot. Like, it's not happening. But you haven't sent a link, so I don't want to ban you. But so you could be like memeing. So you get one chance. Are you memeing? Are you memeing? You can stay. If you don't even respond to this, I know that you are also a bot, and you will get banned. You're not memeing, or you're not a bot. The fact that you replied means you're probably not a bot. Alright. I'll leave you be for now. But yeah, I'm like not interested in any viewbot stuff. So like, yeah, if you're memeing about it, cool. But yeah, don't care about viewbots. Alrighty. So yeah, so I guess I can probably decide on the logic I want to use for that. Thanks for trusting. I mean, I didn't want to like just start fucking one-tapping people, you know. Normally it's easy to one-tap any of the other bots because they will actually send the link of like where to get the view bot, and it's the most sus-looking link ever. It's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna click on that. All right. Like, I think I average, like, probably, like, 3 of those messages a stream. It's, like, 3 in 4 hours, but it's just, like, man, I don't know. I don't get viewbots. Like, I guess the only way to use... I mean, I'm pretty sure Twitch can tell if you're getting viewbotted, right? So it's just, like, the metrics you get for that isn't going to... Like, you're not going to earn revenue off of it. That wouldn't like approve affiliate or partnership based on viewbot numbers, so it's pointless. So there's just no benefit. It's just to try and make you look cool. But like, would you really feel cool if you know that all your views are botted? But anyway, that's just me. Yeah, I guess the benefit of viewbotting, not that I would ever viewbot, is like, I guess the more views you have, the higher in the directory you appear. So I guess it's your best chance at getting more viewers is because you have higher viewers. People think, oh, what's happening in here? They check it out. So I guess like that's the reason for it. But it's just like, that's a cheat. Why would you want to cheat? I don't know, man. What would I know? Alrighty. So probably... Well, I know this is what I have on there. So it's meant to spawn a customer at 1.0 rating every 4.5 to 7.5 seconds. And that's based on the cafe rating, which we don't actually have set up yet. So... And then there's a maximum of 8 customers. So there's a few variables that we want to set in here. Private int m underscore max spawn. Then we got some floats that we need to deal with. So private float m underscore min delay, max delay. We're hard setting these variables at the moment, but we will eventually not do that. You don't need to check my profile because I'm bot, lol. Oh. Seems sus. Intentionally misleading. Why are you watching? Watching what? Why am I checking your profile? Because you said don't check your profile. And if you ever tell someone not to do something, they're probably going to do it. Yeah, you told me not to, so... You can follow me. Go right ahead. I see that you're a graphic designer as well, from looking at your profile. That's pretty cool. I suck at art personally, but... Just follow, Albert. Much appreciated. How long have you been doing graphic design for? Four years, hell yeah. That's sweet. Yeah, I think I've been, I guess, professionally in game development for 3 years. I worked at a studio for 2.5 years, but I recently left that job to pursue indie development. Then obviously beforehand, then I was studying game development. That was 3.5, 4 years. So being in the industry, like working in the industry, I guess, for quite some time. But yeah, cool. So you can just go yield, return you, wait for seconds, wait time, spawn NPC, private int m underscore spawn count equals 0, m underscore spawn count plus if m underscore spawn count is less than spawn count, start coroutine, spawn sequence. Okay, that self cleans itself up now. So it means when we call this m underscore spawn count 0. Do I stream daily? Yeah, so I stream 4 days a week. Not sure where you're based out of, but Australian time, Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. I guess the quick cheat for that is if I come across to... Oh, I'll just open a new Twitch window, bugger it. Twitch. If you come across to my channel, I have a stream schedule set up in here. Did I not stream? Oh, I guess it's because the day's already passed, yeah. So I've got it set up in here that it's always going to tell you, I think it's localized, of what time you are, maybe, I hope. That's what I've been told that it would do. So if you come across my schedule, you'll see whenever I'm going to be streaming, but yeah. Good stuff. Alright, so I think that should work now. So I don't know how much stock we've got. I mean, we ordered 10. So we should be able to spawn 8 people here. Let's just test this out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's in a queue. He shouldn't be. 7. I think it is 8. But okay, so we've got a few bugs here. Deliver food. Yeah, okay, so I think something bugged out with these guys. One, this guy shouldn't have gone into the queue, but even if he did go into the queue, he should have gone in. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I'm not sure if you've been in here since the last message that came through, but on the off chance, I'll just I'll hit the link again. That's a link to my Discord. And yeah, I think I'll open up my Discord actually, as long as I'm on like the correct thing. In the rules section is if you want to get stream notification, it's just react with the purple notification down here. And yeah, if you do that, then you'll just get notifications for when I'm going live, which is pretty cool. All right. Awesome. Thanks for that. All right. I'm gonna run that back. I don't think I let the day end, so I think I should still have... Oh, I don't really have stock. Okay, let's buy some more. So 1, 2 is working correctly, 3 is working correctly, 4 is working correctly, 5 is working correctly. Let's slow it down now. 6, 7, 8. Huh. Okay. He shouldn't have gone to the queue. Okay, so the reason he went to the queue is when he spawned, there was no tables available, so this person was still at the table. Which is now going to be a bug, because yeah, if they leave before they've reached the location, we're not ever going to be checking that it's free. So we can either have it interrupt the thing, or once they reach the queue spot, then they go in. It's a bit buggy, but yeah, let's do that. So, I mean, I haven't done anything to do with these NPC states for quite some time. NPC queue state. Enter, start co-routing, queue, yield return, queue, while in queue, yield return null. And do we ever actually update this? Find table. And when are we calling find table? Handle customer leave. Yeah. If in queue. So we're listening to an event. So when are we getting assigned in queue? Find table, table equals null, we're in queue. Find queue. So we're in queue. Something does happen while we're walking. In queue equals false, queue position equals false. If queue position equals 1, queue equals null, switch queue, false. I'm actually not entirely sure. I mean, it means like while this is it, while in queue. Okay, you're in the queue. Okay, we did just get an error. Really annoying that he bumps into the person in the queue. I mean, it's good that we're able to test all this. It's annoying that it's just not working, but what can you do? What can you do? So we were getting argument, index was out of range. So repositioned in queue, queue position number 0, 1 is occupied equals true. And when are you getting called? Find table. So just test that that's the error that's getting spat out every time. Okay, he's in the queue. Okay, we didn't get an error, but he did remain stuck in queue. Okay. Okay, I can do... NPC queue state. Somewhere on here we're yield returning queue function. While in queue, yield return null. If in queue... I mean, when does in queue get set to true? Like, I'm pretty sure it's straight away, right? So as soon as we go to a table, we're in queue. Okay, so... So I think there's two ways that I can tackle this. I believe the problem is the fact that we're in transit to the queue spot. The thing that would already be changing this... I don't know if this is going to work. Go like... handle customer leave, just like this. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll rip it. Rip it anyway. Oh, we're sold out. Yeah. Pause you. So you need to go to the shop. Order tons of meals. Okay, that actually is a bug. Is that should have been deselected, but don't care, really, for now. Okay, there's customer 1. Customer 2. Customer 3. That shouldn't happen. So that's... But we haven't set up the customers. Okay, so what's our stock like? 12, 12. Okay, we've got enough for another day. I mean, I can easily test this as just change those min variables to be a different number. There you go. So Q's still broken. Really annoying. So I mean, we can test that if I click on him in the scene and go on his state machine. He's still in the waiting state. Oh, that's interesting, actually. So, oh, good stretch. It thinks it's waiting for food. So how do we get into the waiting state? Transit state. We're gonna have to open up the NPC. Transit state can get into the ordering state, and if it's ordered, it can get into the waiting state or leaving state. So it does need to somehow get back into this. So Q state can go into the transit state can go into the Q state or the ordering state. Okay. So let's hit. Ah, fuck, this is going to be really annoying. Because we only want to test it if someone's in the queue. Man. Pause. Pretty sure we don't have enough stock. So let's quickly get some more. Okay. Find table. Continue. Find table. Continue. Find table. Continue. Find table. Continue. Oh, okay. We could have a good one here. NPC, set destination. Step through it. Target location. queue null. Okay, so maybe it's actually good. Oh, okay, this is a good one, I think. So this guy is going to the queue, for sure. Find table. In queue true. Ooh, did not like that, did he? Okay, so... probably get rid of this. Okay, so NPC is in queue. But which NPC are you? We can't actually tell, I think. Two of them bugged out this time. Oh man, I love bugs. This is what I get for like implementing something like quite literally weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I think, and not actually having the functionality to test it, because now I've got to try and like remember how I implemented it and try and fix the bug. Oh man. Oh, fuck me. I don't even know where to start. That's the problem. It's like I really shouldn't be handling customer leave, because like it's hard set to do a certain bit of functionality. So let's have, move temp code. It's not going to happen for a while. Handle customer leave. Let's have some more variables in here. I think this is how we're going to have to do it. It's like public bool moving to queue. Get set. Get set. Okay, so when we're in transit state, if we're in queue, we're moving. Move to target location. Shit. So I think we can have something in here and go if m underscore npc dot queue. Oh no, I think that's how we can just literally do it, right? It's just the NPC has, whenever we're moving to here, is like moving to queue equals true. Moving to queue equals true when we're in the queue state. false. M underscore NPC dot moving to Q equals false. That means we can come back in here and have a new thing here. So it goes if we're moving to Q, and we can just have return. If moving to Q equals true, private bool M underscore Q Q transit M underscore Q transit equals true, return. If Q M underscore Q transit is true, handle customer leave. But before we do that, we have to go M underscore Q transit equals false. So now we're queuing up something that if something happens while we're going to redo that method again, and it's not going to try to do it while they're moving. Alright, let's see what happens. Yeah, we got plenty. I hate these agents don't walk properly, man. Cool, he's already bugged. Yep, lovely. God, I hate agents, man. Pretty sure the stock is all decreasing because I don't have it set up properly. 12, 8, 6. Okay, we've got enough. Okay, didn't work. Should wait for them to clean up and then it switches end day, but that's fine. It's not a big deal for now. Let's order some more food. Bang. So you should be plenty of stock now. End day, we'll try it again. If I don't get it to work straight away here, I think I'll change those variables. Because that way I know for sure that the queue is going to be working. Okay, Q. Q's unhappy. Is he going to try and deliver to this guy? No, he's idling. Cool. Alright, so we've got an error, which is good, because I think it gives me something else to go on at least. So Cafe Manager line 141. Position in queue. So we can actually track this back. I should stand up. I've been sitting for too long. Might help me wake up a little bit. I'll just wait till I'm off screen, then stand up. Hee. Oh. Cool. Alright, so we've got an index out of range, position number, take 1. So, pretty sure in here, I'm using index things. So if it's out of range must be non-negative means that we're trying to reposition from position 0, so we're trying to position -1, which means repositioning Q is getting called, which means switch Q is true when it shouldn't be. So let's find out why that's happening. If position number... Oh. Is 0. Did I not just say a position number is an indexed number? Okay, so I think that fixes the problem straight away, actually. Yeah. So we can test that straight away. On your bike. Here you go. Just need someone to join the queue. Come on. Close. No cigar. Close. No cigar. Oh. Do we hit it? No, we didn't hit it. Buy some more food. If I don't hit it this time, once again I'll change the variables. I don't really want to. Just kind of want it to work straight away. The joy of having random values, I guess. Oh, that's a good spawn. That's also a really good spawn. Yep, cool. We're hitting a queue. He hasn't repositioned. He waited for one other person to go, which is not ideal. So I'm going to lessen those values just to make sure they despawn. So he comes in, joins the queue, and while he's walking to the queue, the next person leaves, which means, let's run through the logic of this. So it's this, right? So moving to queue is set active by this. Incorrect, apparently. Go into here. Moving to queue equals true. Moving to queue equals true. So if we've set the position, we're moving to the queue, it's true. Someone leaves while we're moving to the queue. Someone leaves while we're moving to queue. We are now queuing a transit. So if transit equals true, and that's relevant because when we are... That's why. I put it in the wrong function. It should be in this one. I did it in the waiting for food. There you go. I think that solves that problem now. Cool. All the queues are working as intended. That's really good. Alright. We can revert that change I did before now. That was in the NPC spawner. He goes back to 7.5, I believe, was the variable I set for that. Um, really cool. Really cool that's working. Now, what do I want to do? This is technically correct now. End of day cleanup. So I'm thinking I want to try at least get out. Doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get to the staff spawner today, which is 100% okay. Which is crazy, because I thought I was going to be able to get through all of this and then work on the review system a little bit, but I guess it just shows to show. It's what happens when you don't have tested code. So I think what we need to do here is we do need, so it's the code that we ripped from the prototype code in here was, while there's still active NPCs, we're waiting. Which is probably what we want to do again, something like this. Which means, should we have a game manager? I feel like I don't like having a like a boilerplate game manager. It's just like, it's the potential to just keep adding stuff that should be separated to somewhere else. I think we should have an NPC manager, at the bare minimum. So let's do that. We're going to create a new manager. Call him NPC manager. The list of managers grows. Create mono behavior NPC manager. I don't like creating multiple managers, but when it spawns, we can make it set up with an instance of itself and then tells itself to shut up. But the time manager doesn't have. No, okay. I don't want an NPC manager. Delete. Wonder if that's going to cause issues, the fact that we do multiple things like that. That's fine. Recompiling again. Yep, come on. Alright, so NPC manager's gone. So what we're going to do instead is... Whoa, killed something. Oh, there you go. I can unpin these because I don't need them anymore. NPC, I want to have a reference to private NPC spawner m_spawner. We're going to have a public void init. It's going to take in an NPC spawner. As far as I know, this is all we're going to need for now. Spawner m_spawner equals spawner. So when the NPC spawner, let's pin it. When it spawns a guy, it's going to be NPC equals instantiate this, and then we go npc.init this. And you're going to have a private int called m_active NPCs. m_active NPCs ++. Get active NPCs. Return active NPCs. Clean up. It's going to be public as well. Public void cleanup NPC. This is the kind of an end of day cleanup sort of function, but we're going to go m underscore active NPCs negative negative. So now when the NPC dies in here, before it kills itself, we're going to go m underscore spawner dot cleanup NPC. And that means now in the time manager, when we're here, while cafe manager dot instance dot get, how are we going to get access to this? Public void get active cafe. We're finally doing it. And this is actually going to be called a cafe. Return active cafe. Can work about making that private later. Just for now, we want to get this working. So get active cafe dot NPC spawner dot get active NPCs, long thing, is greater than 0. You'll return null. Oh my god. Oh. A few things that could probably happen here, but we'll wait to see. We'll wait it out. Cool. That's working. So now we want to handle, kind of done the end of day cleanup, I think. Yeah, end of day cleanup kind of has to do with reviews and stuff as well, but we are doing that, so let's remove that. Timer, so timer will go into red if a customer is waiting past 3 p.m. I mean, I can easily turn it to red, right? You literally just hit this. Normal text equals overtime color. But realistically, I probably still want it counting down. But I mean, we can at least with this test that it's going red. Pretty sure I don't have stock. Let's buy stock right now, actually. Cool. Love that. Love a good bug. Fucking. Why are agents so dumb? Needs to reset itself back. Okay, done standing. Stand up for like 5 minutes. It's pretty good, I think. Just stretch the legs out a little bit. Yep, so in the code now. Turn it back to the normal color. Now, I actually removed this functionality from the prototype. Is like, I actually want it to keep ticking down. So I think we actually do something in here. I think while it's this. While elapsed. Do we still rip one of these still? If elapsed. Is that what we do to just make it work? I think I'm going to get everything done in time. Huh. I did too. So it did... It did do something silly here. Is it potentially this? Comment it out for a second. On back. I think the easiest thing I can do here is just to make sure. Let's go. Where's the NPC spawner? Over here. Just make the maximum spawn 10. This way we know for sure he going into overtime. Oh, food sold out. Yeah, okay. I'm cooked. Yeah. Order mills. Okay, something on the queue is breaking again. Fuck. Deal with it later. Fuck it. Alright, here we go. Right, so let's severely decrease the customers to 6. Actually, I don't even know if that's correct. I feel like I definitely did have all that written down at some point. Eight, 10, 12. No, that's right. Okay. Okay, it is annoying to re-import all the assets. Maybe we can just do domain. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Fuck. They're so dumb. Like, it's the worst AI that's fucking implemented in nav mesh agents, man. Like, they should be able to pick up on each other and then just be like, okay, it was public, and then walk around each other. No, they just fucking slam into each other and hope they slide off. Like, it's so fucking dumb. Sorry. I got a bit heated. I probably shouldn't get mad because it's like it's likely my fault that it's not working properly, right? Like there probably is functions to enable to do that, and I'm not doing them, so shouldn't get mad for no reason. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this will stop technically at 10:250. It won't tick over. Yeah, see. So lean back. So that's on the time manager. So it's this code. So I think this technically, let's go to do probably move this to be after a summary panel. Question marks. But for now, not needed. So we can leave this commented out because we probably might want that back at some point. Might not. I think what you actually do is, because we might not have any active people spawned, is actually chuck it down here. Anyway, so we've implemented this. We want to do this now. So any customers that are in the queue will leave at 3 p.m. So that's going to be while they're in the queue. We're going to listen to a new thing here, which is probably going to be time manager end day or something like that. So let's come up in here. You are, yep, cool. Time updated. Have another one. It's going to be public delegate void end day. Public event end day on day end. Okay. Okay. Day end, we'll call it. Day. Day end. So it's actually going to be Oh my god, I copy pasted it, didn't I? Fuck. I think we get rid of you. Alright. But this is where we wanted called on day end question mark dot invoke. NPCs are all listening to the time manager dot instance dot on day end plus equals handle day end. If in queue leave. Does the queue not have a public buffer is occupied? I don't even know where the fuck that shit is saved. Language, Ethan. Gosh, dang. Yeah, I know. Bit of a scumbag. Cafe. Queue. Does have a public buffer is occupied. So I wonder if MQ... It is a queue. Is occupied, here we go. Is occupied equals false. What does customer cleanup do? I don't know, might cause problems, might not. And then we hit a return. Alright, so we can test if this functionality is going to work by going to the NPC spawner and ripping a 14. Probably going to work. Considering it's 11:21, this is probably the last thing I'll implement today. But it'll be cool. I might even, if I have a little bit of time, I'll move those save functions to be end of day. Should be cool. Oh, no stock. Fuck me. Dude, chill, Ethan. Chill. Yeah, I'm off chops at the moment. Sorry, guys. I think when I start to get a little bit more, like, fatigued in the head, I think I start abusing myself. Alright. Should have food. Yeah, plenty. Leave. Oh, so yeah, they need to be able to switch state. So that means, technically speaking, if we go onto the NPC, what am I doing? That's not what I meant to do. It's actually the prefab. Go onto U. That means from the Q state, we should actually be able to hit the leaving state. So when you're in the Q state, moving to Q equals false. You'll return wait for Q. We need to be able to switch out of this. So this is just while in queue, yield return null. So we can say in queue equals false, and in queue public bool leaving get set. Leaving equals true. So that means in the queue state, this guy, if m underscore npc dot leaving is true, else I think we do that. Just paused. It's frozen, is what it is. It's not good. There you go. Just murdered it, I think. It did just murder it. That's not going to be good for the stats. Anyway. What am I doing? Leaving state. Yeah, so it should be working now. So if we rip a play on this. Should have plenty of stock, right? Wouldn't call it plenty. He went to Q1, by the way, just then. That's a bug. Okay. Null. Okay, yep, so... Huh. So we'll probably get rid of this then, because we're already switching the state ourselves. So we can say like m underscore end of day leave. I think that's what we called it. If end of day leave equals true, so you don't need this. So I think this handles it. Probably gonna need stock on this buy, on this run through, I should say. Right. Pause, stock, bang bang. We're not serving more than that amount of people in a day, so we can send that. God, I'm gonna start screaming again. Okay. So this dude left late. He needs to be able to leave as well, but everyone else left. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I was about to get angry again. Some person is literally spamming me on... Yeah, I'm not downloading that. Yeah, I'm just deleting WhatsApp just completely, I think. Just fucking get off my phone. Uninstall. Done. That was horrible. Alright, so... Last bug, yeah, okay, so... If... We basically want to handle this sort of thing as well. Handle day end. If is in queue. Let's go if is moving to queue. I mean, can we do this as well? Queue transit equals true. No, we need a new thing. Private bool m underscore end of day transit. End of day transit. If end of day transit equals true, and underscore end of day transit equals false. And this is when we want to do what we were doing in the handle for day, so we want to do this. So I think that fixes that issue. stock is not great, so let's buy some more of that real quick. So when end of day happens, no one should be in the queue, but there should still be people in the store that are going into hella red time. Number 1 in queue. 2 in queue. Okay, here we go. Bang, they're leaving. This guy, what's he gonna do? Left straight away. Cool. And didn't cause any bugs. I probably, like... Is it reasonable that these guys are going to be waiting, like, 2 hours after closing? 2.5 hours after closing to get their food? Like, probably not. But I feel like if this happens, it just means, like... You should be getting a very negative score for, like, service being slow, right? So... Cool, so that's... the last part of the timer part done. So we still have staff spawner, which I'm not doing today, because that's actually pretty involved as well. So to wrap up my day, I think I will move those save functions. Potentially one, maybe all. Let's find out. So it is in game data. Yeah. On destroy, save. But I think, so, let's do recipe list save data. I mean, can it just be all of them? Staff. Can be in the... Okay, 2 ways I can do this. Is, I'll put them all here for a second. I can put them all in the time manager. It's on end day. We're going to save everything. Or they can listen to an event. Save data. Let's just do it. A bulk save. So that means we can test that this is going to work fairly quickly, I think. Easiest way to do this is going to be with stock. So just for the sake of making it as intended, let's move you back to 8. So if we quit before the end of the day, pause. What's our stock? Too much. Let's just fresh save it. So we're gonna go scenes, main menu. Haven't been in a save slot, so that's why that hasn't saved. So we're gonna go in here, and we're only gonna order... Yep, forgot I don't actually have that flow set up correctly. Irritating as hell. So let's rip it again. And we're gonna have to pause straight away as soon as we enter. Pause, okay. So we're gonna rip 10 recipes. Order. Okay, so we have 1 recipe, 20 Let's just hire for the sake of getting this working. You roster on, you don't have any functionality that it matters. But, alright, let's fast forward. So what we're wanting to see is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is towards the end of the day. Let's go here. So we're pausing now. Actually, wait. Everyone's already ordered, right? So there should only be 2 serves left. Yep. But if I quit now, I should get all of that stock back. Which I think is actually not going to happen because I haven't saved when that gets added to my stock. Like that. So I think to fix that, potentially we change where it saves. We save... No, you do want it to save at the end of the day. But potentially you also want it saving at the start of the day. Caches it, start of day. Oh my lord. Yeah, okay, so there's two ways that we do this. It's either whenever we make a change, we save it. Because you definitely want end of day, right? Because you don't want to have to, like, the day ends and it hasn't saved any of that progress, right? So you definitely need it at day end. So that's why I'm thinking it probably shouldn't be on start day. But it could, right? Because you could call when to setup day. Setup day is like, yeah, on start. But realistically, I guess, whenever you make changes in any of these, it should just save. Yeah, I mean setup day, because then it's going to load in reviews. Look. Rip it. And we'll put it in... They haven't ordered food until they get to the table. So maybe it's fine that we can chuck it in here. We cache everything straight away. Save data, so you need to be time manager dot instance dot save data. Which apparently I didn't make a public method, which I can easily do. Alright, so you're set up now. I mean, yeah, this is pretty much working out that I'm going to end pretty much 12 on the dot with all of this working. Okay, I can see a problem with where I've got it placed in start day, but I can make it cache correctly. Yeah, you could have something just like, I shouldn't change code. Not yet. Pause. Not you, need to go to the shop first. Writing 10 recipes. Bang. Putting you in here. Profit 2. Add recipe. Bang. Hiring Georgia. Give her a little pay rise. You can roster on. Doesn't matter. Has no functionality yet. Bang. Wait. That's already fake. Already fake. Because the day started before I've actually done all that. So could add a debug button to start the day, or I'd implement it properly, and when you purchase stock, it saves it. Yeah, but I could purchase, I could cheat. Oh my god. Let's create a debug button. And I say debug button, but this is actually how the flow is meant to work. So we're going to have like a button up in the top right somewhere. So we're going to have to hit the HUD, UI, HUD, start day panel. This guy's going to be anchored somewhere up on the top left. Width, let's call it, yeah, probably 350. Could rip 400 maybe. That's fine. Move him out. Yeah, like 75. Seems good. BG. Haven't messed around with UI for quite some time. He's probably going to have one of these guys, I think. This. Image. $180. Actually probably needs the bit of transparency that we've even got in here as well. Paste. There you go. It's less intense, but anyway. Start day button. Start day button. Probably doesn't actually need to be that big. Maybe go like, yeah, by 80. Kick it up off the bottom to maybe 20. Image. Button. Needs a callback on there, that's fine. Text. Text. Boy, it's been a while since I've done all this. You're going to be a callback. Whoa, hello, hello. There you go. So basically, it's the time manager, right? As he's calling, yeah, this stuff. Setup day. It's basically this, right? Load we want to do. Setup day can happen. So it's that. Public void start day is pretty much going to call that. Setup data is like, yeah, it's big, who cares. Okay. So the callback, which we didn't open by the looks of it. Finished, it reckons. Finished. It says it's loading and crashing everything. Any day now. There we go. Public void start day. Time manager dot. Really weird that it's done that. Okay. Okay. Come back onto this guy. Ooh, got some stuff to listen to in a second. Alright. I'll add a callback onto this. Just drag him straight on. Start day. So I should be able to test things properly now. Main menu. If this works, then I'm done for the day. Very good. So yeah, all the day hasn't started, so this is good. Order 10. Profit 2. Add. Staff. Georgia hire. Addo payroll. Roster on. So if we start day now. Three, 4, 5, 6, annoying, 7, 8, pause. We come into here, we can see the stock, there's 2 left, okay? So if we close, come back in, it should still be at 10. That's the hope. Cool, we're still at 10 serves, sweet. We can double check our other save file. Yep, she's still on here. So now let's finish a day. Because now we can make sure the end of day is saving correctly. Okay, end of days happened. Quit out. So we come back in, we should only have 2 serves of the test recipe 1 in stock. Really want this to work. I don't want to have to rip overtime today. Cool, we've only got 2 in stock. Sweet. So that's the end of day saving working correctly. Added a little panel here for starting the day. I probably will keep something like this. I'm going to make it look a lot better than this. But yeah, I think at the end of every day is maybe there's like a checklist, like start of day checklist or something like that. And it's just like check your recipes, check your staff. That's probably it. So maybe, and like, maybe it's required. Maybe you can't start the day until you've at least clicked on those panels. You might not have to change anything, but I don't know, we'll see. That's probably what I'll test in like the first prototype that goes out in a few weeks' time, to see if that's going to be annoying to interface with or we leave it out. But yeah, cool. So that's today. That's me. So still got staff spawner stuff to do. So that's what I'll be working on tomorrow. And once that's in the staff flow, I mean, staff's very involved. So I think if I do the staff tomorrow, I'm probably going to set up fatigue. Happiness probably doesn't need to get implemented yet, but probably at the bare minimum, fatigue. Spawning them in, so I'm going to have to sort out their spawns. But yeah, I think it should be pretty chill day tomorrow. I probably will get through that work tomorrow, and if I get through that work, it's probably the review system. As much as I'm... Oh no, I think like maybe I go back in on the NPCs and like they need to have their timer UI added, and some of their other UIs. So maybe I can like polish that up, and that's gonna get done before the reviews. Because like I guess realistically, like apart from the cleanliness, which isn't implemented yet, and the decoration, which isn't implemented yet, like everything else should be like contained, like the service time and stuff. Like if we need that for reviews, like that should be done. If like the recipe and stuff. Okay, well that means I need to generate perfect recipes tomorrow. So I'm gonna write that down. Game flow, perfect recipes. So I guess I have kind of like talked about it. Like I think for replayability is every save file you generate is going to create a whole list of what the perfect recipe count is going to be. Of like, say, the first one's the chicken burger, right? So it's chicken, mayo, lettuce, cheese. It's going to generate, okay, like on one save file, it might say, okay, you only want 1 chicken, 2 cheese. I'll just use those 2. 1 chicken, 2 cheese. But the next save file might be 2 chicken, 2 cheese, and so on. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be working on. So I can set that up tomorrow. That's all good, Albert. You have just come back as I'm about to end stream. So this is roughly basically when I end. So I was just giving a little overview of what I'm going to be working on tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be working on getting the staff spawning working, and then also setting up functionality to generate the perfect recipes per save file. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, feel free to shoot me messages on Discord, man, if you want. I'll reply to those. I am, like, normally when I finish stream, I'm normally, like, go out and do other things for a few hours, so I might not be able to reply straight away, but if you do need anything, yeah, feel free to shoot me a message on there.